This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Hello and welcome back to match number 6 now as we head into what might be called the night session. And yeah, we've even had to go into another stream because of the extreme amount of cricket that we have had on the network today. So Gaming CC and Pirates without a win so far in day one action. Let's see what happened at the coin toss a little while ago with Nilkesh and the two captains.
Your call. Head is the call. It is head. We're going to have Paris won the toss and decide to bowl.
So there you go. News from the toss. Pirates winning the toss, electing to bowl. So Gaming CC, once again, they'll be at the furnace to try and score a few runs. There's confirmation of that on your screen. Still pretty nice here, even though it's the quote-unquote night series time. Where often we would start around kind of 7 o'clock, which is the time we're starting now. But still over 2.5 hours of sunlight to go. So, yeah, 24 degrees. Let's have a look at the two teams. And, yeah, Atwood comes in for his first game. Harry Discombe in for his first game as well as James Aguilera for the Pirates. Key players, I mean, I still think Brent Kay... He's the player we saw leading Weybridge during the week, and I think he's too big to fail for too long. Gaming CC underdogs against the Pirates, who do have a solitary point. That's the only point between these two teams. So it certainly will be an uphill climb, I think, for them, and I think for Gaming CC, if they were to lose this one and lose it badly, any aspirations of a final are probably dead and buried, which isn't where you want to be at the end of day one. But in the end, I mean, it's not often that we're able to get to Gibraltar on the European Cricket Tour. So, you know, every game is an event. Every game is one that has the potential to create memories and highlights. So I want to say hello to everyone. Good to see people seem to have found their way to the chat in the news stream. Hello to Trip watching from the USA. Hello to Johnny Heason watching from London. Dave likewise. Jeff Mobbs, good to see you in there as well. And yeah, I said hello to day one, part 2, although we are 5 games into the 7-match day. So yeah, you'd say whoever wins this has a glimmer of hope, maybe a bit more than a glimmer of making the final, but there is a bit of a haves and the have-nots, especially with the Pirates beating Sloggers in the last game. It really is a polar kind of a table. You got a big gap between second and third. Remembering that it is just the top 2 teams that go through to the final, which will be played around about this time tomorrow night, actually 45 minutes later than this game starts. And you can see there's still plenty of sunshine. The sun started kind of left of the screen, and over the day it's gone over the field, and then it sets on top of the grandstand. So yeah, you can keep me company. Rash, you can let me know what you thought of Rash's commentary. He's off, I think, for a nice evening out, but hopefully he doesn't get up to too much mischief because we still have 6 matches to go tomorrow. So I guess it's just us for now, although I do have a feeling we might get a guest or two before the end of the night. Looks like this is Big K-Nest, Kenroy Nesta, who's going to open up. Gaming will be hoping to turn things around. So, same could be said for the Pirates, I suppose. We're almost ready. Just waiting for the clock to tick over. And we're away. And it's a little clip away first up into the gap, and that's going to run away. They'll get 1. They'll actually get 2. So Jonathan West back into the side, likewise Paddy Hatchman. So they put their aces to the top of the deck. Kenroy Nesta, big man, big player. See if he can get an early breakthrough and soothe the Pirates fans. The shouts of "Go West," not just from the Village People fans going up around the grandstand. That one genuine bouncer gets a scratch on and that runs away for 4. So West will have his first boundary, the first of the contest. Just banging it in, hoping for the best. But he ran into West, who hooked it off his chest. Will this game be a run fest? Inside edge there onto the pad. So it's a better length, I think, this time from Kenroy Nesta. Still a pretty stiff breeze left to right. And actually behind the bowler, Kenroy Nesta. Well, some miscommunication here, but there's a fumble and then the throw comes in. Well, that could be out. It's a very interesting one. So, I have a feeling it's rebounds off Kenroy Nesta onto the stumps. But where is West in all of this? It's a big moment first up. And it's a big moment for our crew at 2 circles as well. Our reserves. Let's have a look. Oh, it's very close. It's very... I got a feeling it's out. But we'll try and go. Ready? Listo. Detenet. Oh, I reckon it's out, you know, but whether they'll be confident giving that or not, I'm not sure. They don't get the friendly freeze frame. I think it's out, and I think it's going to be given. And there's the decision. I think they do get it right. I think you look at it, that's as slow as we can get it down here in Gib, and I think it's a bit of a lucky bounce off the bowler that will create that wicket. So that's going to be the first one down. And we haven't seen too many direct hits. Even that I don't think was a direct hit. But it will be the end of Western. For gaming, well, you got to play the game to beat the game, but they've been behind the game today. And ironically, the first wicket in match 6 falls on 6. And a little bit of luck. 5 balls in for the Pirates. It bounces off Nesta. Came in from Ben Wood, the skipper. Fernandez coming off a duck. Not exactly a confidence booster. It'll be worked away, and that should go for 4, just using the pace. So that is a real confidence booster for Fernandez, who's off the mark, and a pretty eventful first over. It's 10 for 1 after 1. Yeah, I think it's more luck than design, really. Yeah, a few people enjoying my rhyming. Dave asking, did the Grizzly find a nest? All words said in jest with some lemon zest. Will the batter get a rest? Thanks, Trip, as well, for that one in there. Hey, that was a very quick look at something that is hatching. And let us know, honestly, what you think of that. Because I know it's certainly gotten people talking. And we love the feedback from the fans. What do you think it might be? Brent Kay to bowl over number 2. big swing and a miss. Fernandez swipes that one outside the off stump. Hello to Mr. Biscuits. I love that name, Mr. Biscuits. Where are you watching from? Let us know. Goes full this time. Another swing and a miss from Fernandez. Strike 2. Yeah, Kay, in case you missed it, he's come from the European Cricket Series in Wimbledon, where he is leading Weybridge. Very good side. Just breaks down this time. But yeah. Hatchman's a bit of a wild card in the deck as well for gaming. Strike 3. Okay. I'll be satisfied if you can keep it tight, but also always would love to get in the wickets. Strike 4. So, yeah, Kate, wheeling and dealing. It one's up in the air, and finally some bat on ball from Fernandez. Good track down there from Ben Wood, who was involved in that run out. This one gets through, so it'll just be the 2 runs off the over. What a performance from Brent Kay. And the score is 12 for 1 after 2. Gaming, just be hoping, even an ugly 100 on the board. I mean, their opposition haven't really found their stride with the bat yet either. Even if you look at net run rate there as a guide, it's a real case of teams being very positive or very negative today. Rugby CC, though, take the lead, handing sloggers, I won't say a shock loss, but certainly a bit of an unexpected loss in that previous game. Pirates will play sloggers in the last game today as well. So, Ben Wood gets the ball to skip up. He's going to lose this one outside the off stump. You know, Chip is calling what's hatching a Cyberman, Derek. Yeah, I mean, it's certainly unusual. I'll give you that much. Cross and punches, well fielded though. Body on the line stuff. This is a very good question from Dave, and I don't know, and I have played a pretty good level of baseball. Question was, why do they call it a strike? When you don't strike it, you miss it. That's something I've never thought of until this very moment, Dave. Pitched up and driven. Okay, comes in, fires at the stumps. Maybe it's because it's a strike against the batter. So, you know, hey, they say, you know, it's a strike against your record. That kind of expression. Of course, I'm going to go to the internet for the answer. Pitched up, takes on the drive and gets the gap. That's well struck by Hatchman. Like I said, bit of a sleeping giant in this gaming CC lineup. And if he can get going, then maybe Gaming CC can get going. I mean, even if you don't make the final, you don't want to be last. That's where they find themselves at the moment. I've got an answer. So, the term strike in baseball actually comes from an older, broader use of the word strike that doesn't just mean to hit, but also to make an attempt. So this sense is preserved in phrases like strike a pose or strike out on a journey. Well, the first one I understand. So in the early versions of baseball, the batter could wait for as long as they liked for a perfect pitch. That one's hit pretty well as well. Sets the task with the fielder, but well done. That's Ferrari down there who will stop the boundary. So, yeah, umpires were given the power to call a strike if the batter refused to swing at a good pitch in early versions of baseball. So, strike originally meant a chance to hit, not the act of hitting. Of course, now there's more strikes, such as any swing and a miss in baseball. English is weird. That one is edged and it's gone. Fernandez was swinging hard and he gets a little piece of this. So Wood gets a little chip off the bat and that will finish the power play with, in fact, not quite because there's a couple of wides in there. It'll be one ball to go, but still Gaming find themselves in early trouble. Fernandez departs for 3 and it's 21 for 2. You could just see the deflection there. It looks like it might have been a slight leg cutter from Ben Wood as well. And unfortunately for Fernandez, he's not able to strike more than 3 runs in his innings. Harry Pyle behind the stumps. Very safe pair of hands for Pirates. So Truella back into the side. He'll be doing the keeping for Gaming in this contest. So there's a palindromic kind of nature to this day's play because you've got the same teams opening the day and closing the day. That means that rugby had a nice short day, didn't they? They just played 3 games and they played between games 2 and 5. For Gaming, the next shortest day playing between 2 and 6, but for Sloggers and Pirates are playing this one as well, they had to play the first and will play the last. First ball at 9 o'clock, last ball will be about 11:15. Oh, no ball. One hits the edge of the pitch, so Truella will get a free hit here. Wood just completely misses the mark. Yeah, so I remember in the early stages of baseball, the batters could actually call for a low pitch or a high pitch, and you had to deliver what they asked for. Free hit then, and a big swing and a miss. Probably edged it, but it's a free hit, and eventually they'll realise that. That'll be the end of the over. And Gaming find themselves battling the game once again. 22 for 2 after 3. And Dave clarifying that maybe it's American English, which is weird. English is pretty weird as well. One of my favourites is... favourite things to watch out for is oddly named pubs. And I spent the week in London so far. There's a bit of an English thing. And it's always the something and something. And they can make no sense at all. So I'm going to look up a few of them. Ferrari to bowl some offies here in over number 4, end of the power play. Field can go back now. Tosses it up. Hatchman takes it on and he nails it. Maximo! Well struck. Gaming, hoping to take things to another level. So, some real ones. Here's a good one, but it's actually from a TV show. The Ferret and Trouser Leg. Now that's a good pub name. Fraction short this time. And over the top. Maximo back-to-back. Hatsman just clears the fielder out there. So Gaming fighting back in this fourth over. Yeah, so the Dog and Duck is one. The Bull and Spectacles, I have a feeling that in itself is a play on words. That one's lifted up momentarily. Going to come back for two here. And, they airmail the keeper. Oh, it's going to be a 6. Oh, it's going to be a non-Maximo 6. He's thrown it over the keeper. Ferrari, well, he'll be spitting chips. That's off his bowling. And he's grumpy at the best of times. But that throw's gone over everyone. And would you believe it? Again, maybe we'll see this on the replay, but regardless, I think this is going to be a 6-er. So what you have to judge here, have they crossed? This is the old World Cup 2019 scenario. We'll have a look. I always just think, if it's the throw that draws, so there's, it's another 6. So well done. You can't argue with that evidence. I think it's 6. Yeah, it's been given. So we've actually had 6, 6, 6. Maximo, 2 plus 4 overthrows. And so that means the same batters on strike. This is easy because it's an even number. So all you got to know. And this is this is random, but many moons ago, I was training people for roulette, the game. So it seems fair. So I think they're just going to try and sort this out. So just working out. I mean, if they have decided that the ball was thrown before they'd crossed. Okay, so that's what they've said. They've said the ball was thrown before it was. That is classic Ben Stokes 2019. So then it would only be 5, and it'll be Truella on strike. Okay, so that's been changed now. So we've got the old 6-6-5 to start the over. Just your standard. Oh, out. Well, that'll matter because Truella is going to go for a duck. So the 6 became a 5, and Truella has to walk. He'll be out for a 3-ball duck. So once again, after that same scenario that we saw in the 2019, it's the men in black fighting back, and it will be 39 for 3. So Ferrari, he'll be happy with the outcome. He hasn't been happy with much so far. So this is true. I was training roulette. This is good 20 years ago now, and it's a 2-week course. It's quite a complicated game with lots of mathematics, times tables, and lots of numbers everywhere. A lot of things going on in roulette, live roulette game. And at the end of the 2 weeks, I said, "Now, are there any questions?" There's no silly questions. And I got one question from a young lady, and maybe this says more about the Australian education system, but she asked me, "I understand almost everything, but can you tell me, how do we know which numbers are even? Because there's even and odd on the board." So yeah, even numbers and odd numbers. I thought I thought that was a basic. But anyway, try to explain to someone what's an even number and what's an odd number, and then he sounds even more complicated. But anyway, end of the over. 41 for 3 after 4. Hello to Mr. Biscuits, by the way. Yeah, so they've just clarifying that wasn't a 6, it was 5. Remember, the throw comes through the outfield. There's a chance that they haven't crossed yet. I don't actually like that law, but it's pretty obscure, so I never see it getting changed. I think if you were attempting a run and that's the reason the throw is throwing, then you deserve that run plus 4. It shouldn't really matter whether you've crossed or not because it was clear that you're taking that run. But as it was, it was 1 plus 4, so 5. And changed the strike, and Trewella went very next ball. Harshdeep Singh, the captain's come out at number 5. They're going back to Keynes now in the 5th over. Edged and dropped. That would have been a very good catch. And I think Piley, he won't be too happy. He was slightly wrong-footed. It was a ball angled into the stumps. But this is what wicket-keepers dream of. Taking a hanger, one-handed. Pyle can't hold on. It was a chance to get Hatchman, but he survives. Oh, now Pyle's going to let this one get it past him as well. Probably goes for a couple of byes here. Gaming, having a couple of lucky breaks. Going to play this one nicely, Hatchman. He got lucky earlier in the over. Right, this one, I think we might have to go to the VAR, but I think that's gone over the line. I think that is a goal for Paddy Hatchman, Paddy Power. Good shot as well. Just kind of got in the back foot and caressed it through the gap. I like this. Well, apparently, I've got a few people in London at the moment. And, there's a pub called The Mint. Okay. And we're also, there's a lot of pubs in the UK called The Cricketers or Cricketers Arms and things like that. Hello to Mike Seal, by the way. Mike, great to see you. Hello to Alan as well. All right, high, really high. It's not an easy catch, and it's going to go down. Oh, now they're going to get another overthrow. Oh, it goes near the helmet. Well, probably not that close in the end, but it might have been Sawyer who's into the lineup. Right, he gets a real steepler there. He can't hold on, so another lucky moment. Hatchman gets dropped on 32 now. That one tapped away nicely, and there's a fielder there. That's the only thing. I'll get a single. Yeah, interesting. That's that Trip saying that in America they measure distance in time. So you say it's 20 minutes away, or it's a couple of hours away, or 3 hours away. Driving distance. I think we do that outside America as well. I mean, also we do it in distance sometimes. Little dab down to deep third, and that will close out the 5th over. Nesta goes for 18 in his spell. It's been unlucky not to take a wicket, big K-Ness. And after 5 overs gaming, 51 for 3. So they are on target for 103, and for Pirates, they'll fancy that chase, but probably won't say it's a done deal. Yeah, I suppose that it also depends. I think when you're talking about between towns, you can do either. You can say, miles or kilometres, or you can say the driving time. I think it also matters if there's traffic issues. So I think normally, Dave's got a good point. Does it depend on how fast you drive? I think kind of when you standard drive, and you always always round to the half hour, don't you, when you're talking in hours? An hour drive, hour and a half. I'd say, for example, the Carlton Oval from here, I'd say it's an hour and a half drive, even though it's probably a touch less. Sawyer, well, he's going to get a chance now. Saw him under the spotlight in the field a moment ago. Here he is bowling over number 6. Not a bad start for Alex either. We're going to throw it. Bounces off the batter, I think, as well. So they'll only get one. Tina was watching Birmingham City. And having a good day. I think she was with her father watching that game. I'll have to check on the result, see if she'll be in a good mood when I get back there. Whack down the ground, just misses the stumps. And a great effort from the fielder. That's Richie. That's exactly how he broke a hand, as I recall. But Paddy will get 4. It's quite amazing. I saw Paddy actually in Malta. He was at a conference and he came up and surprised me in the commentary box. And I know Paddy really well, but I just couldn't believe it was him when I was seeing him. I thought he must just be a lookalike. I'll never forget that. It was quite amazing. Because it was out of his natural habitat. Big swing and a miss this time from Paddy. He was involved in a crazy game. Calpe Giants at the ECL. Where Charles Pickard, remember the name, was able to score 30 plus off the last over to win and keep Calpe in the competition. That's short and it's skied. Should be an easy catch for Pyle and he'll take it. We saw him put Hatchman down earlier. It was a difficult opportunity. This one was more standard. Had to deal with the sun though, but that was good by Harry. He called off the fielders around him and finally Hatchman will have to go. He's out for 39 and the score is 56 for 3. See there, look at the sunglasses. They've come in handy, haven't they? I thought it might have almost popped out. It was in towards the fingers, but that's the insurance policy of the gloves, and that's exactly why you have the keeper go for those high catches. So 56 for 4, and we'll get to see James Aguilera for the first time. Not a bad innings at all from Hatchman, but he can't do it all himself. He's going to need a bit of help here. That's a good in-swinger from Sawyer. So yeah, he makes up for the drop catch that he committed last over very quickly. Aguilera gets beaten first time around. Last ball of his over. It's been a good one for Pirates. And he beats Aguilera again. So end of 6 and gaming. 56 for 4. Yeah, Chris has got a good point. I mean, even within cities, you do tend to mention how far things are away by time. I think we do it in most places. And it does depend on then, are you going somewhere far? Are you going where there's major roads? Yeah, and it's amazing. Where I come from in Perth, there's a bit of a running joke that everything's 20 minutes. Yeah, you're always 20 minutes from everywhere. Not a bad thing. Okay, here's Richie. He promised us 7 wickets at the start of the day. He has 1. But he's got 2 overs and he's got a crack at the middle order here. Harshdeep Singh, the Gaming CC captain, is on strike. At this time of the day, the shine off Richie's head must be a bit off-putting for the batter. And he's there's the one straight away. Richie C goes OUT. And Harshdeep's going to have to go. I mentioned that the sun off the bald head of Cunningham might have just been a bit of a distraction, too hard to ignore. But this one threatens to do a lot, doesn't do much, but it's perfectly pitched. And there's the second wicket of the day. Perfect start for Cunningham. Top of the stump's length, not sure whether to go forward or back. And Gaming now on the precipice, aren't they? 56 for 5. Yeah, so today, Tina was at a club friendly for Birmingham City versus Nottingham Forest. And it was explained to me she took her dad along because the day was quite special. Oh, he's given him. Well, I thought there was a whole chunk of bat in that. Javed cannot believe it. But he's been given LBW. Well, Richie, he's pretty well connected here in Gibraltar. And it pays off. Yeah, I mean, let's have a look. We pick up anything on this replay first. I mean, it does hit him a long way back. It then lodges in his pad, but that's kind of irrelevant. Let's have a look at it. Oh, no, first, it's the hat-trick ball then. Hat-trick ball. Oh, no, it's been overturned, has it? He's still out there, Javed, so he must have been given a reprieve. So I think I'm amazed. Maybe Richie is very sporting, saying, okay, actually, I do think there was an edge there. So Javed survived. He will miss this one. That could have been the third wicket of the day for Richie. He promised us 7. Who's to say he won't do it? Huge day for Pirates. And Sloggers, for that matter, playing 4 matches. Javed will got off the mark. It's one of those ones. I mean, I did feel there was a bit about it. I mean, I can't really hear anything, but it just seemed that way. But, yeah, credit to the umpires. Sometimes you have to admit if you made a mistake, if it's picked up straight away and they felt, okay, maybe they got together and they said, no, we're pretty sure that there's something that needs to be done. They do change the decision. So, I mean, I got the information now. The fielding team withdrew the appeal. So it wasn't the umpires changing their mind. The fielding team, they were satisfied, actually, that there was an inside edge. And so they didn't ask the umpire to change their mind. They simply said, look, we withdraw our appeal. That's excellent sportsmanship. I do like the way they played their cricket here. They play it the right spirit. Javed could have made a golden duck. Instead, he'll get an opportunity. And speaking of giving opportunities, the Western Shield is an opportunity for some emerging cricketers to shine. From all corners of the globe, the Western Shield will be back for the second edition of 2025 in September at the Carter Oval. So let's see if Javed goes on to hurt Pirates. He gave him a reprieve. How about 3 cheers for the spirit of the game there for Richie? It's not. By the way, I'll just correct Rash earlier. He said we had a bet. We didn't bet. Richie just told me he was going to get 7. I have no vested interest. One-hand pick-up attempt from Richie. Not quite Jonty Rhodes-like, but he'll get through for 1. Yeah, so, I mean, Richie he was very confident he'd get 7 wickets. Even if he got 7 in the series, it'd be a good effort, I think. Jarvid, dead man walking. So Yorker keeps this out. Second chance for Richie. That was a bit more Jonty Rhodes-like that time. $60 for 5, 79 expected. Before those wickets started to tumble, it was more like kind of 100 to 105 when Paddy Hatchman was at the crease. Leans on this one, but it'll only be a single. Yeah, so the Birmingham game is a memorial game for Trevor Francis, who was Tina's dad's hero. So she brought her dad to the football in Birmingham. Pretty convenient for Tina, who splits her time between England and Germany, more often in Germany these days, but during the cricket season she tries to get back to play a bit. Bowled. Jarvid is going to go this time. There's no second chances as Wood goes full, goes straight. Wood actually looks like he's got a bit of a wooden leg at the moment. Suffering a bit of cramp after a long day. And good news, Ben. It's going to get even longer as you head into a fourth game later on. But Jarvid, we saw him get given LBW. The fielding team graciously withdrew the appeal. They felt that, well, they believed him that he hit it and it wasn't out. That time, there's no doubt, though, Wood explodes the stumps and gaming 61 for 6. So West hit one boundary early before he was run out. If you remember, that was when Wood threw it kind of off the fingertips of Kenroy Nestor. So John West had 1-4. Paddy Hatchman has hit 4 fours and 2 sixes, but no one else hit a boundary in this innings for gaming. Discom comes in, gets an opportunity, but he misses the first ball. There's a few size comparisons. That's something I do like doing. So Gibraltar, if you're not aware, it's very small. So it sits on the southern tip of Europe, basically, and it's about 3 miles or 5 kilometres from north to south, and about 1.5, well, it depends, 1 to 1.5 kilometres or 3/4 of a mile to a mile east to west. So it's a tiny place. There are smaller though. Yeah, it'll be the end of the 8th over, so 61 for 6, and the Vatican is probably the obvious one. The Vatican is incredibly small. And yeah, so sometimes you can do things like, Gibraltar. I think there's a great size, country and city size comparison tool that you can use, which will tell you, I think Gibraltar goes into Australia more than 1 million times. So Cunningham 1 for 2. It's going to come back for a second over. Now Richie's normally behind the bar, so with him bowling, there's a bit of a line developing in here. But here we go with over number 9. So Aguilera, 3 off 7. Tossed up, pretty well located. Oh, there's the one-hand pick up and throw. Just get one. So Gibraltar, as far as territories go, it's 6.8 square kilometres. That's well bowled once again. It's been very miserly here, Richie Cunningham. Yeah, so the Vatican's about half a square kilometre. Monaco is 2 square kilometres. All right, in the air. Oh, Richie can't quite flick it in reverse in time. So, yeah, Gibraltar's 6.8 square kilometres. So, Gibraltar's around about, what would that be? About 14 times as big as the Vatican, which is kind of within Rome. That's the thick outside edge. Should pull up. This outfield isn't the quickest when the ball's rolling. I'll come back for 2. So, yeah, you've still got some smaller. Monaco, I mentioned. Tokelau, which is a New Zealand territory, isn't too big either. Nauru, I know, is about 21. But, yeah, Gibraltar, it's really third in line when you talk about these kind of territories. Vatican City and Monaco are smaller. It's pretty well timed, this one. It's going to be into the gap, and it's going to be 4. Aguilera is going to have 4 to his name, and just timed that one. So Richie, well, he could have had 2, but I mean, credit to him. All about the spirit of the game in the end, and he'll finish 1 for 10. So his second wicket of the day picks up with his first ball of match 6, and Pirates are 69 for 6 after 9. Yeah, so then you start working out what's about the same size as Gibraltar, and most suburbs are bigger. So Norfolk Island, main town area, is about 7 square kilometres, but not the whole island. To give you an idea, the City of London, so the central City of London, the historic financial district, is about 3 square kilometres. Central Park in USA is about half the size of Gibraltar. So to give you actually, this is a really good one. Sydney Airport is almost exactly the same size as Gibraltar. So think about that. Sydney Australia Airport. Aguilera keeps this one out. Yeah, or even, there's plenty of airports that are about that size, but that was the one that it gave me. But yeah, Sydney Airport is the same size as Gibraltar. So if you walk from one end of Sydney Airport to the other, it's like walking from one end of Gibraltar to the other. Sawyer getting a second over here, just misses the mark. Yeah, so that includes both the domestic and international terminals of Sydney. It's a genuine bouncer this time from Sawyer. It'll probably be the one for the over. And by the way, Sydney Airport is quite a small airport. To give you an idea, I mean, Perth Airport, the whole precinct, I think, is what they're talking about, is 21 square kilometres, not just the terminals. But that's a little bit of a fun fact. Yeah, we're talking about land footprint there. Sydney's airport's pretty close to the city still, so that's why it hasn't really expanded in area too much, even as air traffic's grown. Full toss. Aguilera gets a piece of it, maybe not the whole thing. Probably worth pushing for 2 here. Good throw to the keeper, should be gone, and it will be gone. So, I don't mind that from James. I mean, he knows his wicket's in hand. Maybe he can squeeze an extra run out. I mean, it looks like they'll be grounded in the 70s here, but he'll be one and done. So Gaming are going to be 73 for 7. And the thing with this, just throw had to be online. Didn't even have to be fast. Ends up rolling into Harry Pyle, who says, yep, I'll do the rest. So if you want another comparison of the land area of Gibraltar, it's basically, it's around about 950 football fields. I'm talking about the round ball game here. If I wanted to do it in cricket ovals, let's say a standard cricket oval, you've probably got around about 400 cricket ovals. That's the whole size of Gibraltar. All right, well, Ashraf comes out, skies one, will fall safely. There's the bounce. They're going to go for two. Oh, I think that could be out as well, you know, if he got it on the stumps. I think he did throw it onto the stumps, and if he has, I think Ashraf is out. We'll try and find a replay of this for you. But I just got a feeling that Harry Pyle has done this and done it well. We'll wait and see if we got a replay to be able to help the umpires with the call here. Ashraf, he's pretty keen to see him get on with it. And I think it's been given. I think it was given on the field, and I actually think it's a good call. That's what I saw live as well. When we see the replay, here's the replay now. Comes in, and Ashraf seemed to pull up. Oh, jeez. So, Gaming CC will go one and run out there. It'll be 74 for 8. Last ball then. Oh, Wayne with a shot that I don't know how to describe. He backs away. They're going to try for two. Never two here. But he might as well go for it. So they'll hustle. Wayne will go for a golden one as well. And Gaming going to finish 75 for 9. So just 76 to win for Pirates. Hello to Adore. Nice to see you as always. Good to have you with us. And Chris Smith talking about the Euro jackpot. Well, that'd be nice, but hey, there's more important things than money, and one of them's cricket. As we look back at this last ball, a pretty simple one. He's not even in the picture, but yeah, I applaud going for that run. You want to try and squeeze as many runs as possible, but in the end, it's a fairly underwhelming 75 for Gaming CC here in the first half of match 6. So, as the players walk off the field, let's look at the start of this one. It was a weird one. It kind of bounced off Kenroy onto the stumps, and that was Wood who had to go. Oh, it's not Wood, pardon me. It was John West that had to go. But I'm going to say Pirates, I mean, they do look probably like the team most likely to be able to claw their way into that top 2 out of these 2. Not saying that either's particularly likely going on the first few games. That was a regulation catch to get Adrian Fernandez caught behind the wicket off Ben Wood. Paddy Hatchman played a bit of a lone hand, didn't he, with 39 off 16. He is a good player. But he did have a few lucky moments while he was there as well. And this is where, as the old controversy a couple of times, we saw Richie Cunningham break through first ball. Then we saw a withdrawn appeal. Sawyer was in the action here. Didn't look particularly comfortable under that, but he would get his opportunity before too long with the ball. And Harry Pyle, well, he did his bit, didn't he? Took a good catch under that high ball. But then it was Richie time as Richie came on and took a wicket first ball. Then this one, which I think for me, I definitely detected an inside edge. Umpire didn't see it, but I think no credit to Pirates. This shows you Pirates can be polite. Ended up withdrawing their appeal. And then from there, it was really hard to advance the score for Gaming. The key batters had disappeared, having to kind of search for impossible runs. We saw, I don't know how many run-outs in the end. We saw 4 run-outs in the innings, but that's understandable. I think towards the end you might as well just go for any run possible. And Gaming will finish batting out the 10 overs for a score of 75 for 9. 39 for Hatchman dominates the scoring, but the next highest score was 6, so that's pretty concerning in itself. And you look at the rest of the batters, they end up batting 45 balls for just 29. So that's always going to be tough when you don't get that kind of production from your batting unit. Good team effort, I think, from the bowlers. Ferrari probably not too happy with his 1 for 19, but it did include 4 overthrows. 2 for 13 for Wood. Wickets also to Alex Sawyer and Richie Cunningham with a very tidy 1 for 10 off his 2 overs. Brent Kay just bowled the 1 over, didn't bother coming back in the end. He only went for 2. And Ken Roy, a bit of a mixed bag for him, but still decent figures, done for 18 off his 2 overs. We'll take a break, then we'll be back in just a few minutes. 76 will be the target for Pirates. Well, Pirates, if they are to make a run to the top 2, a 4-pointer here would be very useful. So can they do it in 7? We'll find out. Gaming CC still searching for their first point of this European Cricket Series. We'll see what happens when we return in just a few minutes. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo for ECN, and we'll see you shortly. Live from Gibraltar, you're watching the European Cricket Series.
ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Hello, welcome back to Europa Point Sports Complex here in Gibraltar, where we're getting ready for the second half of Match 6. Not often I get to say that on opening day of a European cricket series, but that's where we're at here. In fact, there's still a game and a half to go, so don't go too far. Gaming CC, they've struggled a little bit today, to say the least. They managed 75 off their 10 overs. They did bat it out, losing 9 wickets along the way. But I suppose the Pirates, they'll be hoping for their first win to be a big one. They'll be hoping to chase it in 7 overs. If they do that, they're right back in the mix with a 4-point win. We'll have to continue to I suppose, beat some teams above them, but it certainly gives them a more realistic path to the final around this time tomorrow night. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, with you. Big thanks to Rash Mahmood, who hopefully is enjoying himself as we get ready for the second innings to begin. Yeah, Rash did a great job with me in the first 5 games, but I've decided I'll take the evening session, let him get out and enjoy what's a beautiful part of the world here. With Dave pointing out some of the big hitting and the high scoring we've seen. It's been a different kind of week. Harry Pyle opening up with Kieran Ferrari. Sajjan Singh, the hair up to there. He'll be opening the bowling. Got a feel for Sajjan. I think he's actually bowled pretty well today. But just ran into a bit of a firestorm against Sloggers. And even then, Sloggers, they haven't been unbeaten. They went down to rugby. 76 to win. First one threatens to go out, then comes back in a little bit. So Harry Pyle watches the first one go past. Big hello to all the Blue crew in London. I know a lot of them are tuning in. Mike's got a really good question. Asking, do all the players live in Gib or do a lot come in from Spain? I'd say the vast majority live in Gibraltar. You do get a few like earlier today, a player we saw hit the 6-6s, Akila Ratnaika. I think he's going to university in Malaga. He's a student, so he's come down. It's probably... Now that's going to get away. And that's going to be 4. So Harry Pyle's going to get off the mark with a thick outside edge. And so the first boundary of the chase. And again, they'll be trying to do this in 7 overs. Cut away this time by Pyle, finds the gap and finds the boundary again. So, yeah, pretty attacking start, as you'd expect. Harry, he's done a pretty good job with the gloves. Probably maybe has made a couple of errors that he wouldn't be too happy with, but still, he's a very good player. We've seen him developing here. I suppose he's a bit of a veteran now, but he plays like a youngster, Harry Pyle. Sarjan just can't quite control the swing. Good looking shot from Pyle once again, partially knocked down in the infield. So, yeah, the rate to get the 4 points basically started at 11 and over, more or less. It looks like they could get that off this first over. Yeah, so Mike, just to go back to your question, yes, a mixture. It's overwhelmingly people that live in Gibraltar, but also some people, of course, from the southern tip of Spain, this area. Ferrari happy to take 1 and retain the strike. He's off the mark. Not a bad over from Sarjan. Goes for 11. And after 1, Pirates 11 without loss. But also, I think as some of the Gibraltarian youngsters especially have gone to, or a lot of them do go to university in the UK. Of course, it's a great university here, just on the doorstep of this ground. And sometimes for these series, you see them pulling a few guests in that aren't from Gibraltar. But it's a great way for them to experience the place and for them to get involved in the community. 84 games since the Golden Ball. I know Rico was saying yesterday that he thinks we'll have a Golden Ball during this series, but time will tell. Let's see what they need for the bonus point there on the screen. Just a touch under 11 and over now. Ashraf's going to bowl the second over. Not a bad start from Ashraf. Finds the fielder. They won't get a run. Little inside edge. Ferrari gets lucky. And will take 4 runs. So, yeah, Gaming just haven't had too much go their way. I feel like it's been a while since they've taken a wicket. But, yeah, that'll kind of rub salt into the wound, so to speak. I mean, they have taken 3 wickets in the day. They took them all against Rugby, that first game, where they were able to hold Rugby to 120, but only came up with 71 in response. Push and run. But I think Pirates, they're acutely aware that, especially with that 0-point win in the first game, and they went close-ish to the point, that they do need to pick up 4 here to really try and make a serious run. This gets him pretty full. Throw comes in. Pitched up, somehow gets past Ashraf. Can't believe it. Only cost him a run, though. Last ball of the second over. That one's hit. And it's going to be another good stop down there by Jonathan West. And that'll be the end of the second over. Decent one by Ashraf. Just goes for 7 and a leg bind there as well. So 8 in total. And Pirates 19 without loss after 2. Yeah, Dave mentioning that Lundy County Cricket yesterday scoring 226 off the 10 overs. I don't necessarily think we'll be seeing those kind of scores here. But you can see why it's super important. If Pirates can get 4 points here, they're 4 points behind at the halfway point. But all you need then is for one of the top 2 teams to have a bit of a stagger and for Pirates to keep winning. Bowled him. Well bowled there by Ashraf. Pyle goes across the line. Ball is in the middle stump. And gaming, well, even for them, if they could take a point out of this game, it's a start, isn't it? They wouldn't want to go pointless in day one of their ECN journey. But again, watch where this bounces, right between the feet. Bang, perfect Yorker. And Pyle just probably taking the bait, trying to go a little bit leg side. And well done to Sajjan Singh. Yeah, it's good comebacks. Never easy. I mean, I'm happy to say I've never been hit for 6 sixes in an over, so I wouldn't know what it feels like. But I think, he's picked himself up. He's got good people around him. And he comes up with a handy wicket there of Harry Pyle. Guys, played a lot of international cricket. Kenroy Nesta, well, he was hopelessly, I would say out of form, but just kind of out of touch earlier on in the day. Picked up over the leg side, and that is going to go all the way. Good shot. Really good shot. Maximo. Ferrari, we've only seen the tip of the iceberg with him so far as well. Pulled away this time, and I think gets a finger on that as well to at least slow it down. I've loved the work today. Big swing and a miss this time. That one is hit up, and straight into the hands of Paddy Hatchman. So a little bit of luck there. And it's another bit of, I won't say luck, but it's well-deserved from Sajjan Singh. And for the Pirates, they lose their second wicket. It's 27 for 2. End of the power play as well, as it does seem like a bit of a scrap for a point here. $11, 8 and 8 in the power play. What a weird topsy-turvy innings. Riding the wave, 41 off 4, looking like potentially 100 plus. And their dip that went with the wickets being lost, and just trying to fight towards the end for any run possible. Jonathan West's going to get a bowl here. Ferrari just works it. I mean, Pirates, a lot's going to have to go right if they are to fight their way into the top 2, including beating teams above them. Okay, well, he's the sleeping giant of this attack. This batting attack, I mean. And he's going to start with a boundary. Okay, interesting. And obviously hasn't looked as comfortable with the bat today as he did in Wimbledon. But I think it's kind of a matter of time till he clicks, considering they've got so many games. So could he be one of the leading lights to engineer a turnaround for the Pirates' fortunes? It's outside the line, I think. And, well, it's one of the more confident appeals. I think, I mean, maybe it wasn't that far outside the line, but Ferrari, for me, definitely got the pad just outside the line of off. Try a little touch, that little reverse shot. Yeah, Ken Roy, it's not clicking so far, as mentioned. Going for 1 off 3. I suppose that doesn't hurt as much as when he batted longer for less. Well, that's going to go the distance. Ferrari is going to put it up through the posts. Maximo. As that fight for the point continues. Pirates, they should get it. I mean, if they're real contenders, you'd feel like this is the kind of game that they should be taking all the points. Ferrari's a powerful striker. We've seen that many times. West to close out his over. Bit high, I think. Second appeal sometimes has more success, but that just seemed to be climbing over the bails for me. And, okay, points towards his hip and says, I think it hit me there. So that'll be the end of the over, and the score 39 for 2 after 4. So yeah, race for the point now. Four overs in then. Tina just mentioned that the Birmingham side won 1-0 in that friendly. And she also said, hey, Vinny, in the time you've been calling cricket today. I've driven up from London to Birmingham, gone to a football match, then driven back down to Oxford. Well, that's what you can do. All right, Ashraf gets a second. Pretty good ball first up. Kay he just can't really hit it off the square. Oh, he missed again. Well, certainly bigged him up. Right, this time it's a bit careful. But yeah, Kay, just feel like he's going to get one run on. That one's hit pretty well from Ferrari, but Sajjan will do the fielding. Okay, turns this round the corner, but I'll just settle for a single. .34 off 13 for the bonus point. Just fallen off the pace for that, haven't they, Pirates? Can they find it? Well, Ferrari says, I can find it. That is a monster strike. Maximo! Well, you do get occasionally balls going all the way out of the ground. I thought that one might leave us. But that gets them right back in at end of the fifth, and it's 48 for 2. A few people thinking if they can get Ferrari here, maybe they've got a chance. But I think with Kay there as well, they should get the 28 pretty easily. It's just a matter of when. So, 48 for 2 off 5. Right, and what's coming up? Match 7. It's almost like a whole World Series in one day. That's a best of 7. We've had 7 matches. We will have had 7 matches by the end of the day. Sloggers versus Pirates, a rematch of where we all started at 9 o'clock this morning. Looking forward to that one. With Pirates winning the toss, selecting to bat. Can they get a run on? I'd love to see Kay at the top of the order. I know I'm harping, but I just feel he's got such great potential. And especially he's got the potential, I think, against good bowlers, which is what you're going to get for Sloggers. The Sloggers kept Pirates very quiet early in the first game. So that'll be a return matchup. 28 off 12 for the bonus point. It's going to be the captain, Harshdeep Singh, to bowl over number 6. That'll do. That might be the one that gets Kay going. A low full toss, and he smashes it out of the ground. Maximal. 50 comes up for Pirates as well. 22 off 11 for the bonus point. The Pirates, well, they want the bounty, don't they? They want all 4 points here. And that was the perfect start to the over. Certainly puts Harshdeep Singh on the back foot. Comeback ball. Now this is hit pretty hard as well. And pretty well cut off actually down there. Paddy Hatchman, very good fielder. I'll have to settle for 1. But we could have a BP thriller here. Trip's got a good question. Vinny, which would you rather do, 7 full matches or 10 5-over matches? Good question, Trip. The 5-over matches in general get almost no breaks at all. Well, look, I'm going to say 10 5-over matches because number 1 is 4 hours less, and number 2, 10 versus 7, that's 3 more chances at a golden ball. Half an appeal there, but yeah, Kay misses out. Probably it's one he should be going over the offside. He's good enough to do that. Lifted up from Kay, and that's a good strike. Maximo. 14 off 7 for the bonus point now. Thing with Kay, he definitely understands the bonus point system and how important it is. He saw that playing for Weybridge during the week. So he knows, 7 overs. We need to be looking at doing this in 7 overs. Clipped away this time. Kay is going to test the fielder. Settle for 1. Probably makes sense. He'll retain the strike. It's looking like he's slowly coming into his own. End of 6 overs. 63 for 2. Pirates. Like I said, I think Firming is the outsider most likely to be able to break into that top 2. I think for Gaming CC, especially if they don't get a point here, it's almost like they've lost 4 out of 3 because they haven't got 3 points that they would have had with closer losses. But I think for them, it's a learning curve, and they've got some experienced players in there, no doubt. They can just take each game as it comes tomorrow, and maybe they can pick up a win or 2 along the way. Tomorrow's a new day, as they say. Harry Discombe is going to bowl over number 7. 13 off this one. For all the points, and Kay, well, that is a hit and a half, isn't it, from Brent Maximo. Lifted up, miles out of the ground. Hey, while I'm here, because I know we'll have the Pirates up again, and we didn't see too much of David Robeson in this game, but hello to Georgina Robeson, who's watching from Leigh-on-Sea in the UK. I know, Georgina, you've got a new baby, Adam, who's only 2 months old. Hello to Neve. David's wife as well. Vinny here. So hello to the whole Robeson family. Georgina especially. I know she's watching and paying attention. All right. Well, there's a false shot, but it's going to go backwards. Now, keeper won't get there. They'll get 1. I think a 2. And actually forgot to take a glove off because it was going for the catch. So they will get 2 pretty easily. 5 off 4 for the bonus point now. Can finish it off here, Kay. Won't, though. Good comeback from Discombe. We got a contest. I gave that 4, but it's not 4. It's nothing. So 5 off 3 required for the bonus point. Just feel this is a big one for Pirates. Steal the point they lost first game. Still back the point. All right, goes for it. Gets 1. Again, they like the idea or 2, but it's not there. Oh, now you can probably go again. Oh, Ferrari wasn't watching. Don't know if it went far enough to steal another run, but I suppose Ferrari, he'll feel that he's more than capable of doing this as well. 29 or 14. But yeah, very important. Couple of balls coming up. Pirates need a boundary to win. 2 to come in the 7th. Oh, and he misses. Oh, big miss there. Premeditated kind of sweep from Ferrari. It was well bowled by Discom outside the off stump. So, can Gaming CC pick up their first point in the European Cricket Series? They've just got to avoid a boundary this ball. 4 for all 4. Here we go. Oh, and he doesn't do it right off the end of the bat. So, well done to Gaming. They fight and fight and fight, and Gaming have achieved a point, but that probably makes the top 2 even more comfortable, because the Pirates, although they'll have the win, it'll be bittersweet because they'll probably do it in this 8th over, and they will have to settle for just 3 points. Well done to Gaming, though. Not easy to hold a point when you've only scored 75, so 73 for 2 after 7. Quick look at the European Cricket Hindi channel, and you can see there that it's a Telegram channel. You can get involved. Trip saying either way, whether it's 10 5-over matches or 7 full matches, it's a long day. It sure is. We actually did 11 5-over matches in a day at the ECL after all those rain issues that we had. Three to win then. And they're going to go to Joseph Wayne. So, yeah, probably giving an opportunity to give Joe a ball. First one, obviously, just a little outside. But nice to see another player get a ball. I love the way the community runs here in Gibraltar. They do really try and give a lot of opportunities and make it worth their while. Make it worth the while for people to come down. Ferrari cracks this square of the wicket. And that will be game, set, match. So it's a short stay at the bowling crease for Wayne. The Pirates, they'll do it, but 7.1. So they were just basically 1 ball away from the 4-pointer. A credit to Gaming, so they get something out of the game. They get their first point of the European Cricket Series. Obviously, Pirates get their first win. You don't want to take any gloss off, but you just felt they'd be a bit disappointed to not get all 4 points. And I think it makes it even more important. I think you've got to get Ferrari and Kay up the top of the order, especially because I think they are batting first in match number 7, which is coming up. Should start in around about half an hour's time, so a little bit of a mini break. But the Pirates have won the toss, elected to bat. I think you hope that either Ferrari or Brent Kay can get a big score on the board, and you can put some pressure on the sloggers, who we saw aren't bulletproof. They lost to Rugby in their last time out. So, Brent Kay, player of the match in match number 6 for his 30 off 15. And don't forget his bowling as well. His 1 over only went for 2. Pyle was there for kind of an 8-ball stay. It didn't really go the way he would have liked. He was the first to go. Sajjan Singh, it was a good comeback from the youngster that did go for 36 in innings earlier on, and he got a couple of big wickets, that of Harry Pyle and also that of Kenroy Nestor. But the Ferrari and Kay partnership, we're always going to get them over the line. The question was, would it be quick enough? They basically came out, they needed 49 in 4 overs to be able to do it with the 4 points, but just not quite able to get that final push. And for the Pirates, they'll feel, although they're happy with the win, former champions that they are as well, winning it back in 2023, they'll feel that was a point that they probably should have been able to grasp. That will go begging. Pirates bring up the win by 8, and they do it with 17 balls to spare. Harry Pyle was the first to go, out for 10. Nestor fell for 1. Again, just seems a bit out of sorts. Not really sure where to bat Kenroy. Yeah, the Kenroy issue is one that's not easily solved because he can be so destructive. But for me, it's a no-brainer. Get Kay up the top. You've got to sign that he's getting better and better every game. He scores 30 off 15. He's the player of the match. Kieran Ferrari, the top scorer, though, in the innings with 34 off 17. Both those batters going at a 200 strike rate. Bowling-wise, well, Sajjan, it's a good comeback from the youngster. I think that's a really good sign. 2 for 19 for him. Ashraf bowled pretty well, up for 16. And once again, we saw them throw the ball around a little bit. So, We'll take a break. We'll be back in about 25 minutes for an unprecedented 7th game in one venue. So a little bit of ECN history, and it'll be a rematch of the two teams that started the day, with Pirates to open up against Sloggers. Vinny Sandu, him is to Maximo. Hope you're enjoying your night. We'll turn the lights on, then we'll be back to close things out. It's Saturday night and two teams up for the fight when we return to Gibraltar to close out day one of this European Cricket Series.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Hello and welcome back. Game 7. You heard me right. Game 7 of the day coming up. And we're talking full T10 matches as well. It's Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. Welcoming you back to opening day, which is turning into opening night in Gibraltar. And yes, we are heading into match number 7. And this will be the same matchup we had at the start of the day. Sloggers against Pirates. So, yeah, Charles Harrison comes in a late change there for Sloggers. The other thing of note, I suppose, Ben Wood is going to sit this one out for Pirates. So the captaincy will be taken over by none other than Richie Cunningham. Sloggers 88% versus 12 in this one. And it's great to have your company wherever you're watching from around the world. So Sloggers, big favourites. They did fall to a loss in their last game, though, against Rugby CC. And we're almost ready for the players to come out on the field. Coin toss.
Pirates is your call.
Heads.
Head is a call. It is head.
We're going to have a bat today.
Pirates won the toss and decided to bat first.
And you saw it right there. The Pirates winning it and electing to bat. And I suppose for the Pirates, I think it's a pretty time to make the move and put Brent Kay at the top of the order. I thought he looked like he was coming into his own in the last game, and I'd be keen to keep him out there. But let's see what they decide in the first innings here. I don't think it's a bad thing that they're batting first, but I think a lot hinges on if they can get early wickets in the second innings. Otherwise, Sloggers could chase almost anything down. So almost ready for play to begin. How do you feel about the 7-match day? Is it something that should stay? And I want to know, be honest, who's watched every single game today? Who are the lifers here on day one that have been here for 7 matches, the magnificent 7? And we have had one last ball finish. That was a cracker between the two top teams of the day so far. But yeah, we've still got a little bit of time before sunset, even though we are starting this at just after 9 o'clock p.m. I think the sun will actually set around about halfway through this first innings. So we'll see a slight change in the lighting. You'll notice the artificial light taking over. Hey, can I also say what a great effort from the umpires today, Stephen Sebastian. Also Mars Baiji helping out with an extra umpiring option. So, Harry Pyle out there with Kieran Ferrari, so they do stick with Pyle at top of the order. Got to say, I mean, Harry couldn't quite get going last game. Let's see if he can this time. But he's going to have a couple of pretty good pace bowlers that are coming in at him. Here we go. Match number 7, and it starts with a dot. Henschel getting some out movement there. Actually kind of swinging it into the breeze, if that makes sense, because the breeze is left to right. I just would have thought there's a bit of an opportunity for Pirates to kind of take these two head on with maybe someone a bit more technical. Having said that, Pyle is a good player. Maybe got a bit of a scratch on that before it hit the pad. Maybe not. It's given a leg by it. So he won't be off the mark just yet. Kieran Ferrari, well, he's had a long day at the office as well. Yeah, Charles Harrison was a late in with Rishabh Wadwa going out of the side with a slight injury picked up in the warm-up. That's why we had a 5-minute delay to this game. Down the leg side, that's Andrew James. First we've seen of him since that, I won't say shock loss, but disappointing loss, I suppose, for Sloggers. They'll have logged that. They'll have clocked that. They'll be itching for another go at rugby. They'll get another 2 games again against them tomorrow, then potentially the final. Tripp says he hasn't been here since match 1, but he has been here since match 3. Pretty good trip. And I know that our American viewers, whether it be in North or South America, they love these night games. Henschel can't get this right either. It seems to have lost that away movement. So I'm pleased that we've got some night cricket on. I suppose too much is never enough for our ECN community. I suppose I also think we're pushing the envelope so much already. It's going to be called. It gets the movement back, but it's too far outside off stump this time. I can put my hand up and say I've been here for all 7 games. In fact, it was a pretty early rise. We left the hotel about 7 a.m. We came across the border into Gibraltar. Started at 9. Little angle away this time from Ferrari. He's off the mark. It's a beautiful ground under lights as well here. It's also a beautiful moment to see the rock. I know the rock's kind of behind the main camera, so we don't really get a great look at it in the general broadcast, but just have a look at some of the pictures that you will see between games. Fraction short, takes on the pull, gets enough of it here, Pyle. He's going to get it to the boundary. 4 carreras. And the first boundary of match number 7. So, hey, throw your random questions in as well. Last game of the day, of course. It's good pace from Henschel. It'd be 7 off the over from him, plus there was the leg by. So 8 for none, off 1. Yeah, so one thing that fascinates me always is language, and we go to so many different countries a year. As we have a look at what we've seen today, you can see Sloggers versus Pirates was the first game. It's also the last game. And well, after match 6, it means we're exactly halfway through the qualifying games. But after this game, we're just 1 game short of having done a double round. So, yeah, plenty more action coming tomorrow, but that's been a huge day. A day we've never quite had. Well, we've never really had another day like it. Yeah, so language fascinates me, and just geographically, obviously this is just stone's throw from Spain. As we get James Scott bowling the second over. Again, somebody always happy to see when I come to Gib. Tossed up, but it's too full, and Ferrari unloads. Maximo 6 carreras as Scott doesn't get that ball to bounce, and it never bounces on the field. So, yeah, Janito is basically well, it's not a language in its own right, some people say, but it's a fluid mix of languages, especially English and Spanish. And what's interesting is often they will switch, or sentences will have elements of both English and Spanish. And locals grow up bilingual, so switching between English and Spanish, even in the middle of a sentence, is completely natural. So I've heard the locals speaking. It is fascinating. Another full toss from Scott, and that one is going to disappear as well. Maximo, this time it's Harry Pyle. Scott just needs to pull the length back slightly. So, yeah, I mean, there are certain sentences. For example, vamos al beach. Shall we go to the beach? Vamos mean shall we go to al beach. Whereas normally if you're saying in Spanish, be vamos a la playa. And certain yeah, English words will sneak into these sentences. It's the way you look at it. That one is cut away and mishandled originally, but I suppose he keeps it in front of him there. Better ball from Scott, almost forces a wicket. There's a few good example sentences here. Takes this on down the ground and gets past Bakari. Thinking of two here. Manav's going to fire it. Oh, wow. He had to duck under the ball there, Harry Pyle. It made it quite awkward for AJ, the keeper. But if this hits the stumps, I think he's gone. That'll be the end of the second over, 23 without loss. Yeah, so my favourite example sentence here. Mi mama me dijo que clean my room. Basically, my mum told me to clean my room. So, yeah. So it's this switching which I find quite interesting. Also, they use quite a lot of Andalusian slang because that's the area of Spain, which is adjacent to Gibraltar. And they'll sometimes use kind of English verbs, but kind of adapted into the Spanish form. So, looks like they're going back to Dylan Henschel here. Not a bad start for Pirates. Short, maybe too short, maybe just okay. Umpire says it's not a wide. Remember, if it's over the head, it's a wide. If it's grasping some of the head, and in line with even the top of the head, it's okay. Umpire says it's okay. One for the over, though. This one rolling cutter, but not really timed by Ferrari. Yeah, Johnny Heesom says he'll be singing after the first two matches tomorrow. He's got family dinner, then on the train to Wimbledon. Yeah, of course. Wimbledon starts again on Monday. Wow, this is very, very high, and it's been dropped. Manav Nayak is a very good fielder, but blustery conditions, he misjudges it, and what's worse, it's going to go over the line for 6. Maximo, but a lucky moment for Kieran Ferrari. Pirates trying to buck the trend here. Sloggers, for all their first two games, could still end the day. Oh, it's gone. What a catch. What a catch by Andrew James. It's a bit of AJ magic. It was right off the toe of the bat of Kieran Ferrari. And a one-hand grab from James behind the stumps. And to get a player that's very important, sometimes you do something special. Let's watch this one on the replay. Great catch by Andrew James. He saw it all the way. He was well balanced to make that dive. But that's a brilliant piece of wicket keeping. It's actually similar to one that Harry Pyle wasn't quite able to pull off earlier. That'll probably hurt Harry even more, being at the non-strikers end. But Ferrari's going to have to go 29 for 1. And let's be honest, AJ maybe didn't make the right decision on the last ball of that thriller in match 5, but he's come back and he's answered the call the best way, letting his hands do the talking. That's a great catch. That could be your play of the day. Henschel, he's happy with his keeper, so he should be. Nesta, he's going to come out again at 3. Can they get him going? So, end of the over, 30 for 1. How did you enjoy that one? That was a real highlight, real specky. And I know Andrew very well. We've actually played together. A couple of times I've been a guest in the region, and I've always enjoyed playing with him. Loves his cricket, loves his keeping. He's kind enough to give me the gloves normally when I'm in the side. But that was a top class piece of work. Yeah, crowd enjoying that catch as well. James Scott to bowl over number 4. End of the power play, of course, so up to 5 outfielders are allowed from this point in time. Kenroy is going to play this one off the back foot. Kenroy is such a hot and cold player. I've never quite known anyone like him in that when there's certain times when you bowl to Kenroy, you feel like just giving him 6. It's impossible. But then other times he seems to get through these mini slumps. That one shoots through on pile. Yeah, Mike Seal says it best. Nesta needs a knock. Can he do it here? Cut away this time. Cut away pretty nicely, but the field is there. Pile's going to have to settle for 1. Yeah, what a good catch that was by Andrew James. Okay, random questions are open, and we've got one from Mike Seal. I like this one. He says, what's the weirdest place you've ever played or commentated a game of cricket? Well, for me, it'd probably be both. And this is just slightly pre-ECN era. In fact, it was the precursor to our first ECL. Hit straight, does Kenroy, and hits true. And that's what big K-Ness can bring to the table. Slams it straight. I think that's the key here. Straight as the day is long. Maximal. And I think might be a new balls please situation. 6 runs to Nesta. Yeah, so for me, it's probably cricket on ice. Playing for St. Moritz Cricket Club, which I did for 2 years in 2019 and 2020. And in 2019, I was also asked to commentate just around playing. And that's where I suppose my ECN commentary journey started, because that was used as a bit of a tester tournament for ECN, leading to the first ECL, so we could learn more about broadcasting. And it was the first, not the first, but one of the first times that we were broadcasting live for such a duration. Kenroy once again hit straight. This time he drags it slightly, has to run. Oh, if that had hit, probably would have been gone. In fact, it definitely would have been gone. It's good fielding to make him earn the run. Yeah, so for me, it probably would be in St. Moritz up in the Swiss Alps on a frozen lake where they roll out a carpet pitch, play with a slightly softer ball. That's probably the weirdest place I've played or commentated, or played and commentated. End of the 4th over here. Scott kind of has his moments in those 2 overs. But yeah, from memory, I mean, 18 of those 24 runs came in Maximos. So the other 9 balls only went for 6. And at the end of 4 overs, it's 39 for 1. Yeah, so I might throw that question back on the chat. What's the strangest place you've ever played or commentated or been involved with any cricket or watched any cricket? So now you can watch it on TV or on your phone almost any time you like, especially with ECN, keeping you entertained. All right, well, it is twilight. We're about 5 minutes off the sunset here. I do think it gets quite dark quite quickly here. So by the second innings, I imagine it'll be completely black sky. I wonder how much night cricket Will Vouse has played. Let's see if KNS can handle the heat here, because Will's going to bring it. He's got the wind at his back slightly as well. Still that breeze. It's just been around all day. 5th overtime. Oh, Nesta pushed right back onto his stumps. We'll start with a single. Harry Pyle gets the strike back. Jam on the beats is likening Kenroy's setup to Dre Russ. Of course, he just had his testimonial game, if you want to call it that. Oh, that one's going to go between the two fielders down there at deep third. Exactly what they're trying to avoid, but Pyle threads the needle and gets 4 runs. It wasn't really Dre Russ's testimonial game, but it was his last game in a West Indian shirt, so I know he got given a good reception. And obviously, Andre Russell, someone that's played a lot of cricket for the West Indies and, of course, around the world now. Kenroy's been here for quite a while now, though. Digs this one out. Yeah, Kenroy's really fun player to watch. So no matter what he's doing, kind of bowls off the wrong foot when he bowls. He's kind of one of those much maligned players because I suppose you never know what you're going to get out of him. He's a bit like a Pandora's box. He's facing up here now. I believe Kenroy from St. Lucia originally. That's a good looking shot. Oh, I think that would have been out though. Throw came in. Kenroy, once there's lightning between the wickets. Just wonder if it's worth throwing Brent Kay out there at the 5 over mark. I just think he batted so well in that last game. I think they missed a bit of a trick not opening with him here. I know maybe he's not that well known to Pirates. But you have a look, they've slowly faded in this game. And also, you look, I suppose, for players that can turn the tables on the attacking bowlers of the opposition. So, yeah, I think, Vass is one of those guys. Not too many batters are going to be able to get the better of him. Just feel like Kay, captain of Weybridge, might have been somebody that was worth gambling on. Kenroy gets a piece of this, doesn't really time it. That'll be the end of the 5th over, and Pirates 48 for 1. Yeah, so Harry Pyle's batted 19 balls for 13 in the first half. I just think it's okay, but with 9 wickets in hand and still plenty of batting to come, you've got Kay to come, you've got Grimes, you've got Robeson who batted pretty well earlier. Could see Michael Lamon in the side as well, I think for the first time today. Just a reminder, you can join us on our social media at European Cricket. Yeah, Michael Lamon, the Laminator. Interesting to see if he gets a bit of a go, either with the bat or the ball. But right now, we're going to see Manav Nayak with his spin. Should be an interesting contest. I think Kenroy wants to get after Manav. In fact, I don't think it. I know it. The young leg spinner comes in. Oh, well, that was a finger breaker. It's still going to go to the boundary. Well, ball goes up. Finger comes off. Umpire goes down. And I think that's Marzi who's covering. And, well, Marzi, he does have cat-like reflexes, even though he looks like a teddy bear. But he's okay. He's got $1 million smile as well, Mars. He's just covering some of the umpires. I mean, that was deflected off Manav, so really could have gone anywhere. Yeah, pulls the length back a little bit. Interesting fielding there. Ravi Takare gives it the hoofs. Sammy Afridi feels like Nestor's heading for a 50. We'll have to get a move on. Harry Pyle has to have a dip, I think. And he gets bowled. And I think that was the time, wasn't it? Harry uses his feet, tries to do everything right. But I think he reads the room and he knows it's time to kind of hit out or get out. He does the latter. And another wicket for Manav Nayak, who's having a very good opening day as day turns into night here in Gibraltar. You can see just lost his shape, ball at the top of the leg stump. And really, Nayak, he's going to take a bunch of wickets in Europe when his career's all said and done, decades in the future. So, feel like it's the wicket that might just be in the Pirates' favour with Kay coming to the crease. Weybridge skipper, first man, I think, that's ever playing 2 ECS at once. Probably because we don't normally have 2 ECS at once. I suppose sometimes we have the night series, but you don't generally have somebody playing in both. This will be a good contest. I mean, Nayak's got a good breeze to work with, drifting in. He can actually turn the ball quite a lot away from the right-hander. Flatter, though, Kay, he's been spooked a little bit, I think, after a couple of early dismissals to start the series, but certainly seemed in good form in that last game. Went pretty close to getting the Pirates all 4 points. Takes the pace right off, does Manav. Invites the miss hit from Kenners. And he gets the miss hit, so only a single. Yeah, I just don't see Manav tossing it up that much to Kay. Well, he might. But we saw a kind of destruction in Wimbledon that we don't see very often. So he pushes it through to Kay. And one thing about Manav for such a young bowler, he's a thinker. He's a really good thinker. Kulkarni hasn't been used in this innings. You can see if they do elect to use him, the left-arm spinner. But Manav's over, only goes for 7. He's had a very good day in many aspects. Pirates 55 for 2 after 6. Grimes, Robeson, Lamont, the next 3 listed. Jim Atwood in the side as well. For Pirates, Ashish Giannani, I should say, is well, it's sliced up in the air, catching opportunity, got to find it. He drops it right off the end of the finger, I think. And well, Ratnayaka, he's been destructive with the bat today, but probably in the field he's had a bit of a day to forget. Again, trying to pick that one up under lights, wasn't able to get there. Kulkarni does get the ball here in the 7th. Should have had a wicket first ball. I was going to say though, Ashish Giannani, his daughter, Ariana Giannani, has been very good so far for the Gibraltar women's side. She's still very young, still in her teens. Saw her in the CE Cup, the Central Europe Cup, earlier in the year, where Czechia invite a couple of teams to take part. And currently, Ariana is up in Estonia with the Gibraltarian women's side. Bit of a loose one, and it's going to get past Andrew James. That's really on Kulkarni. It was a quicker ball. It was slid down the leg side. And Kenroy, he's going to basically stand there and watch his team get 5 runs for nothing. Always a tough one for the keeper there. You've got to go behind the batter, your loose side of the ball for those precious moments. Can Kenners heat up? Capture the magic. Kulkarni will be disappointed. And we saw Manav have success last over against Kenroy, but just really taking the pace out of the ball. I do think he's one player I would be slowing it down to. Because you just feel he's a chance of an overswing, especially because he's out of touch anyway. And we have a slight accidental collision, I think, between Kulkarni and Nestor. It's 2 big boys coming together. Yeah, good flight. Gets a slight miss hit out of Kay, although I think, well, it's quite an amazing bit of fielding if he's pulled this one off. It's James Scott out there. Well, wearing the red shirt, I didn't know I was watching Liverpool or Sloggers out in the field there for a second. No, would love to see a replay of this one. Didn't get the hands down. Don't think we'll have time, though. That one's flatter again. Not quite right from Kulkarni. It's a tired sort of over, if I'm completely honest. Kulkarni wasn't dropping these kind of balls in earlier in the day. And that'll be 69 for 2. Kulkarni's over, going for 14. Still a ball to go. Well, there's a direct hit. We haven't seen enough of them today. I bet that AJ would have traded that one for the one in the last game. We won't harp on it, though. Again, it's just one game. Last ball, the 7th. Tossed up, and it's 2-4, and Kay's got the power. Maximo to finish the 7th as Kulkarni goes magical, and Pirates clawing their way out of the depths of despair. They are 75 for 2 after 7, and once again, I just feel that's a switch I would have made before this game. I would have put Kay at the top of the order, Bat Harry in the middle. He's got plenty of responsibility with the gloves, and let's see what they do tomorrow. Coming up tomorrow, speaking of that, we've got day 2. Starting a little bit earlier, so 6:45 a.m. GMT, which is 8:45 in Central Europe, 12:15 in India. We'll have matches 8 through 12, and then we'll have the final. Of course, we can't tell you who's in the final just yet. Rash Mahmood will be back with me in the commentary box. I hope he's had a good night out. At least he'll have a few stories for us. Manav pushes that one through. Kenroy keen to do his own fielding. No need. He's gone fast. I think he'll go slow now. Let's see. Push through again. So 2 dot balls to start the over. Kenroy, even though he's been there 14 balls, you don't really feel he's in charge of his innings. I mean, the straight 6 was my favourite. Since then, he struggled. Another quick one. That was even quicker, actually, from Manav Nayak. He's also got a very good bouncer. I haven't seen it today. Probably hasn't needed to use it. He's got pretty spin-friendly conditions. A bit of turn out of the pitch. Good breeze to work with. Well, there's the slow one. Kenroy times it up and flat bats it. Maximo. Well, I mean, Manav, I like the idea, but I think it was just too short. I think he was hoping that Nesta would come down the pitch and try and meet it. That's going to go back down the field as well. Off the end of the bat, though, this time. There's 2 very good fielders down the ground in Vaus and Dylan Henschel. Still, get hit once in the over as a bowler. If it's only once, still a very good over. That's going to be called a wide. Remember, the bowlers do have a bit more leeway. The umpires have been told now they can, if they choose, they can move that imaginary line. They're about to make significant movements. Last ball for money. Okay, and it's going to be up in the air. Anybody home? Wow, it's a brilliant bit of fielding. What a catch by Dylan Henschel. He had to run all the way from the boundary line into the circle, and he takes it full stretch. What a top-class effort that is from Dylan. And it's an important wicket as well, because Kay, again, finishes a bit of an underwhelming first day with the bat. But this is a brilliant catch. Just look at the way he actually takes this and turns the body at the same time. It's well in the infield. Dylan comes herring in. He dives. He takes the impact with his body, and a top bit of fielding that any cricketer around the world would be proud of. And Dylan, well, he's got a few tats. He might have one inscribing the date of that catch by next time we see him. It will be the end of K for 14 off 7, and Pirates 83 for 3. Again, clever from Nayak. He changed the pace. He went kind of uber quick last ball. And he picks up 2 wickets. So Manav, he'd probably be up there as leading wicket taker. All right, Egan Dantas gets the ball. Nesta again, swing and a miss. You just don't expect so many miss hits or no hits from someone who's been there for a while, but Kenners would know that more than anyone. This time it's been hit, and it's been hit pretty well, and there's the Tortuga. It's going to get past Charles Harrison. Well, he was a late in, but I bet he wishes he wasn't after this one goes the other way on him, and it goes for 4. Not too happy with that, Charles, but hey, he's a popular figure around here. He'll come back from it. Egan's probably not thrilled about it, but these things happen. From the fraction short, again, not quite off the middle of the bat. I'll settle for 1 as Scott cleans up. Hey, so with David Robeson being out there, I know Georgina will be watching. Maybe it's past her bedtime, but she can always watch it back. Young Georgina is only 5 years old. That's David's daughter. It's got a new baby Adam as well. Hello to Neve, who I'm sure is watching as well. I think Georgina was upset that Daddy didn't get too much of a go before, but that's cricket, isn't it? It's a team game. Sometimes you're in the action, sometimes you're not. If you're not, it's normally because somebody else is playing well. Another miss hit this time from Nesta down the ground. I'm a bit frustrated for him. Innings that have seen 2 4s and 2 6s. But that's 4 boundaries out of 21 balls. Well, Robeson batted pretty well earlier today. Picks out the fielder this time. That's Bakari. And that will take us to the last over. 9 overs bowled and 91 for 3. Yes, I know we've probably got a lot of family and friends that are watching. Nayak 2 for 15, probably best of. Henschel, though, might have something to say about it, 1 for 14. They have thrown the ball very rarely to only the 5 bowlers, say all teams actually. All right, 91 on the board. Sloggers, by the way, they'll be pretty keen to take top spot back. Did go down last ball in their previous game. 101 expected here. Sounds about right. Well, let's see, because here's Will Vouse. 10th over. Bat on ball from Robeson. Now we'll get it through the field, and that'll go for 4. That's an excellent shot. I mean, understandably, we've seen this field several times today. They put outfielders behind the wicket because you just think with the pace of Vouse that the ball's likely to fly down there. But that's a great shot. And I wonder if they'll be forced to put the long off back now. Brilliant shot from Robeson. That's one that young Georgina and even Adam will be proud of. Not to mention his Pirates teammates as they search for the 3 figures here. This time he backs away. It's high. Faust wants it himself. He drops it. Just took his eyes off the ball to check if it was his or not. Again, not quite sure how much he's played under lights. Dantas was hovering, but I think Will always felt it was his catch. Yeah, we are about 15 minutes past sunset, and it's significantly, appreciably darker than it was about half an hour ago. Nesta on 33. Uh-oh, that's a tough one. Probably saw Kenroy pseudo backing away and went at his body, but Kenroy just sways inside it, and that's an almost impossible take for AJ down the leg side. And so a minimo, and there is the 100 for the Pirates. Going to make the Sloggers work for this. Pirates, king of the late night golden ball as well. Better ball, but hit very well, and that'll be 4. So Nesta fighting the good fight. it takes 9 off that ball effectively with the 5 wides and the 4 runs. Yeah, good point today. Raza mentioning we haven't really had the clusters of 6s today. I will say, with the exception of that 4-over innings from the Sloggers, we actually went on a boundary hitting bonanza. I think 22 boundaries in 24 balls of that game against the hapless Gaming CC. Up in the block hole, and that could be broken sunglasses for Egan. Well, I hope the sunglasses are okay. It might create a run out, but James not able to gather it. But I just worried that Egan, his sunglasses fell off. He's a med duck before. I feel like he almost stepped on his own sunglasses as well. Collect the whole set. Good length there from Vaus. Nesta, you can see he's frustrated. He tries to play across the line. Even if he had played straight, it's hard to know what he would have done with that. All right, last ball. Seatbelts on. Here we go. Bowled him. Destroys the stump. So Nesta goes for 39 in the end, and the Pirates make 100. And it is competitive, I suppose, if you look at the numbers. But we saw Sloggers chase a similar total down in just 4 overs earlier on. So I think a big factor is if the Sloggers openers click or not. If they click, I think they could probably take all 4 points out of this. But if the Pirates can get those key breakthroughs, then maybe they can make a game of this yet. This is the last ball, I think, and adios stumps. So Vaus will finish the innings on a high, but plenty of work to do for Sloggers. 108 will be the target. So, as the lights have come on, let's turn back to when the sun was up and we started this innings. And for the Pirates batting lineup, I do think they made a bit of a strategic error not opening with Kay. I know he hasn't made a lot of runs in the middle order, but I just feel like that's the most sensible place for him to bat because he can take on some of these bowlers in the power play. Henschel, he was in debt to his keeper here, Andrew James, with the magnificent right-handed catch, and Henschel would actually come up with a specky of his own later in the innings. That was the best shot Kenroy played, head and shoulders, and everything actually in the right position. Pyle, well, he chipped in with the odd boundary, but again, I think he'd be frustrated that he wasn't able to go at that kind of 200 strike rate that I think the top order batters would be hoping for. Eventually, he read the room, tried to get on with it, charged down to Manav Nayak, but lost his leg stump. And that brought Brent Kay to the crease. Again, we saw signs from Brent, didn't we? But just wasn't able to stick around long enough. In the end, Brent goes 14 off 7. The Weybridge skipper ended up getting done by an amazing catch. Kenroy found it a bit tough against Manav Nayak, who was clever. He kept adjusting his speed against him. But yeah, I think this is the highlight. It was a skewed high ball. Who was going to get it? Looked like no one was going to get there, but Henschel put his name on it and he hurled himself with no regard for his own safety. He'll be picking artificial turf out of his teeth for days to come, but it'll be worth it. One of the catches of the day. And it left Nesta there, along with Robeson, who did hit a boundary during his brief knock to get their side over the 100, but only barely. Pirates scoring 107 for 4 off their 10 overs. Here's the batting scorecard with 39 for Nesta, the top score. All top 4 getting into double figures, though. I suppose, yeah, it's the rate that's concerning, isn't it? When you've got your openers 33 off 24. Nesta slightly better rate than that. But, yeah, Kay, still for me, maybe just being played out of order. I know he likes to bat in the middle order for Weybridge, but I just think here, I think he's a obvious straight swap for Pyle to try and get them off to a faster start. Naix had a really good day with the ball, 2 for 15. Once again, probably the best of the bowlers. But Henschel might have something to say about that, 1 for 14. And Vaush, the other wicket. But a pretty good team effort from Sloggers with the ball. Probably just Ashwin Kulkarni, a bit of an off-over for him. He went magical, 20 runs, and that's probably the reason that the Pirates reached the 3 figures in the end. We'll take a break, though. We'll be back in just a few minutes with Sloggers chasing 108 for the win. What that means, about 15 and over could take them to all 4 points once again and do the octopus, like a personal octopus, over the Pirates. Or can the Pirates find something, get those early wickets and make a game of this? We'll find out pretty shortly as the lights are on and we're still home. Vinny Sandahim, Mr. Maximo. We'll take a break and close out the day when we return to Europa Point in Gibraltar for more European Cricket Series.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Hello and welcome back. Great to have you with us as we get ready for the start of the final innings of day one, which I suppose now becomes night one of this European cricket series. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, taking you home. Match number 7. And it's Sloggers coming out to chase 108 against the Pirates. I love this. When will second innings start? It's 8:52. Thanks for the time update, Amar. I'm very much aware of what time it is because I have been here all day, and I know a lot of our viewers have been here for a lot of the day as well. Settle in, but not for too long, because with these Sloggers openers, there's every chance that they could finish this early. Having said that, we also saw, if the Sloggers lose a couple of those key wickets, they can fall away, like any team can, I suppose. So 108 to win. What does that mean for the bonus point? Well, obviously, as always, if you can chase it in 7 overs or less, you will take all 4 points. For the fielding team, or they could still get 4 points, but they would have to do something quite unlikely. They'd have to restrict the Sloggers to 74 or less, and there it is up on your screen. So we'll say, as I predicted, the second innings does start in darkness, so it's coming up to 10 o'clock in just a few minutes here in Gibraltar. Nice look at the ground. I love this ground at Europa Point. I'd almost like to pick it up and take it with me wherever I go in Europe, because there's some beautiful facilities here. You can see the grandstand as well. They do stick with the tried and true openers, Ratnaker and Henschel at the top of the order. Sloggers 84% to chase this down. The Pirates will roll the dice. And if you guess right, that's their chance. 16%. Last innings of the night. Shake, rattle and roll. Here we go. 108 for the win. Nesta starts, and it's a little chip first up. Chips down the ground, gets over the top of the chasing fielders. And it does pull up, kind of plonks a little bit. And they'll get 2 runs. But I thought for a second Ratnaker might have popped out first ball. And that would have certainly turned the tables. Early wickets. That's the key. Still Manav Nayak at 3. That's where he's batted today, at least. He's on the pad, but I think it's going down the leg side. Ratnaker was living dangerously in his last innings. Had a couple of run-out opportunities that he survived. Ended up getting caught. Henschel. He's probably better for the run of last year of playing at night. It was a night series last year where he was the tournament MVP. Big Keynes off the wrong dog. Full toss and crunched by Henschel. Oh, it's a slide tackle attempt, but it will be 4 runs. I think that might be Sawyer out there, who, he goes feet first with the dive here. And that will be the first boundary of the response. Now Henschel's going to muscle this one into the night. Maximo might have gone over the football goal in that part of the ground, but that was large from Dylan. And Kenroy just going to keep on keeping on. Remember, these two teams playing their 4th match of the day. Of course, 7th match of the day in total. Everyone's saying what time it is where they are from. Cricket Master saying at 24:53. I've actually seen 24:53 written that way, although sometimes it is also probably more often written as 00:53, 53 past midnight. And we're well into the morning as well in some places. Good comeback from Kenroy. Almost gets Henschel to get a nick on that. I mean, in New Zealand, it's coming up to 8 o'clock in the morning. East coast of Australia coming up to 6 o'clock. West Coast of Australia coming up to 4 o'clock. You will notice also that the camera's really good at picking up the action at night. That's just the nature of it. Got to use the same cameras all day. Shot by Henshaw, who's going to pin his ears back on this and get it all the way over the top. Maximo saves Carreras, and that will be the end of the first over. A pretty good one for Sloggers. 19 without loss. The 2024 champions are on the charge. Ratnaika with a slightly proppy little knock-up first ball. But as soon as Henschel got on strike, 4-6.6. The dot was a good ball from Nesta, but still goes for runs. 85 matches since the Golden Ball. Will we get one this weekend in Gibraltar? Time will tell. Of course, we're pretty much exactly halfway through the tournament. 6.5 matches into a 13-match program. Mike Seal enjoying a desperado at the moment. Good song, good drink. Oh, wow. Well, it's in the air. I think that was off the glove, and he almost fell on his stumps. Now he's running batless. That's an extraordinary piece of cricket. Kay with a surprise bounce attack. Remember, this is against some pretty good players. I think Kay's trying to say it's not even a bouncer. He hit it off his chest. There are a couple of things. I think he gets dropped. He almost falls on his own stumps. That's too high. Kay is bowling with a bit of zip at night here. Yeah, and so in some places it's tomorrow. In some places it's still today. On the east coast of the US, it's 4 o'clock in the afternoon. On the west coast, it's 1 o'clock. That one might have hurt a little bit. Kay trying to find a gear. Henschel probably be about 20% more careful. Throw comes in and, well, backed up. They'll only get the single. Okay. Not someone we saw a lot of the ball of for Weybridge this week, but he's handy. And Naika happy to get some bat on this and pick up a single. Obviously for Pirates, they've got to make up some points, and the only way you can do it is play well against teams above you. Good over this from Kay. He's enjoying bowling under lights here. Up and over the top. That's a good shot, and I think it's just bounced inside. So Henschel will pick up 4. Could be another goal as it's picked up off the net. And that will take us to the end of the over. So good finish to the over, but as a whole, I think Kay wins the over pretty comprehensively. 7 off it in total. And Sloggers, 26 without loss after 2. A look at the table shows that a win for Pirates, I mean, I wouldn't see them catch up. We'd see them get closer. And they're 5 points behind Sloggers, who are in second place at the moment. Remember, just the top 2 make the final tomorrow night. Put that in your diary. That'll be a must-watch. Yeah, well said in the chat by Mike Seal. Everywhere is today as tomorrow never comes. That's true. When it comes, it's today. Ratnaika. He's going to help this round the corner, and a very good attempt at a catch there. The proper wipeout job, wasn't it? But ball falls safely. Kenroy coming back, trying to break this opening partnership. Tripp still thinks the Pirates have a chance here if they take wickets. I think, yeah, wickets, the currency. A low full toss, attempted Yorker, but Henschel gets enough bat on it and gets it over the top of the umpire's hat for 4. That's suppose the difference in this series and at this level. I mean, when there's batters that can hit good balls 4 or 6, then it becomes really tough. I mean, that wasn't quite a Yorker, but it was a pretty good attempt. Henschel able to punch it out down the ground for a boundary. Still trying to break this opening partnership, Pirates. Watching the bounty slipping away. These two seem to have forged a pretty good partnership pretty quickly. Nika, who's at the university in Malaga, and Henschel, who's UK-based. Don't have much in common. All right, false shot here, up in the air. Just gets over the top of the infield again. Got a swipe at it, they do. Ferrari is able to chase it down. Frustrating one for Nesta. Knows that was a false shot. His last game of the day, so random questions are certainly open. I'll go over to food chat. Last night, I was able to get my favourite arroz negro, the black paella. Wild one, but well handled by Pyle down the leg side. So yeah, first I've had it, I suppose, since I was in Madrid in the middle of August. Even though I'm not sure I had it then. Definitely had it when I was here for the ECL in March. Good Yorker, that one he does hit. Henshaw, I suppose at this stage he's comfortable just keeping it out and waiting for a ball he can go after a bit more comfortably. But you see the difference between an actual Yorker and an almost, especially good players. Oh, no ball called. Nesta must have overstepped, and it's gone for 4. So not a great result for Big K-Ness. As the big size 45s go over the line, and it won't be a goal, but it will be a 5-er. James Atwood, better known as Jim normally, had a good attempt at the catch moments ago. Henschel, free hit, gets cleaned up, won't be out. Just the only lucky thing for Pirates is that the ball doesn't run away for 4. We've seen that happen many times. That always confuses people that are trying to explain the game. You say the whole point is that if you hit those 3 sticks, then the batter is out, and then they hit the 3 sticks, and the batter's not out. But I suppose every sport's got their foibles. He bowled pretty well here, I think. Just that no ball might end up costing him a little bit, but he'll finish with none for 32 off 2. Has some small wins, doesn't he, Ken Roy? But not much to show for it. End of the third over, end of the power play. 40 without loss. Looks like we'll get Kieran Ferrari with some off spin in over number 4. 19, 7 and 14, pretty healthy power play. They need 68 in 4. So that's 17 and over from here. If they were to go at that rate over the next 4 overs, they could still take all 4 points. And who's to say they can't? So it'll be interesting as well because we've got the off spinner, Kieran Ferrari, against the 2 right-handers. Henschel has been pretty brutal with his hitting today. Ash at Save Derek. Good to see you, Ash. And yeah, respect to the Save Derek campaign. asking, have we had any goals today? We've had so many. The reason is there's so many goals around this ground. There's rugby goals, there's football goals, there's other types of football goals, there's practice football goals. This has got to be one of the highest scoring goal days we've ever had. He's going to lift this one up. A lot of bottom hand in that shot, and he beats Atwood there in the circle, and it runs away for 4. I mean, even that's close to a goal. Just misses the post. Sloggers make a good start to over number 4. I bet the New Zealanders have a soft spot for the Pirates with their all black attire. Respects that one, does Dylan. Can't see him blocking 2 in a row, though. He tries to muscle this and doesn't time it. I guess he ends up way behind the stumps. Then decides, hey, we've got plenty of time. Let's take a run. But he always takes out the keeper and his follow through there. That's Dylan Henschel. Because they well done to all of our crew as well. It's a long day for the Blue crew. Been here since before sunrise and going through all the hours of the day. And also to our crew behind the scenes, Ravi and Rohit, they've been producing those graphics that you see on your screen with all the team lineups and some of the statistical information. Oh, it's getting very late for them as well. Steps across Henschel and hits with the spin, and nicely fielded out there. Mr. Reliable on the boundary. End of the 4th over. 49 without loss. Pretty good over by Ferrari. Only goes for 9, but isn't able to get that breakthrough. That might just give them that small ray of hope. Well ahead of that target run rate at the moment. Mike's got a good point. Don't forget the umpires. Well, I did mention them earlier, but they have been magnificent today. So to Seb and to Steve, I know Mars has helped out. We just have the 2 Gibraltarian umpires in this series, so rather than have them do all the games, been helping out. Pretty well bowled, actually. First up, Sawyer gets over number 5. Oh, well, that's hurt him. Speaking of a long days, Ratnaka's had a bit of work. This is classic cramp. I think he takes off. Bit worried about the LBW appeal. He needn't have been, but yeah, pads off. And that's classic calf cramp, I think. Getting the better of Ratnaka. You can see he's struggling with this at the moment. Such a long day. Umpires have the pose of, okay, but can we sort this out quickly? And that's what happens when you have basically, it's a 16-hour day that we've got. We've still got to change countries to get back home, to get back to the hotel. He's going to retire hurt here. I think he just feels that cramp. I think it is cramp. He says it's not going to resolve itself very quickly. Because it is a retired hurt situation, he will be able to come back and bat. So they don't lose a wicket. That's probably for the best. Ratnaka as well, the day's kind of caught up with him as the day's gone along. Remember, he hit the amazing 6 earlier. And, he will go off. So Manav Nayak is going to come out at number 3 with the score at 48 without loss. I don't know if Sawyer gets the credit, but maybe. Forced him to take off because he was worried about the LBW appeal. Ash has a good question. Is it whoever finishes top of the table tomorrow that wins? But no, it's a final between the top 2 teams. That's beautifully hit. It's going to be leaned on by Manav Nayak. Well, he looks like he's got 2 good legs. Deals with that big in-swinger very well from Sawyer. And really just a push, but it flies to the boundary, 4 runs. Yeah, good in-swing and good comeback once again. Manav not able to get that one, which was, I suppose, a similar ball. Punched away by Nayak. This will test the fielder the other way, and there's a few tired bodies out there at the moment. Yes, Robeson out there, but he's not able to stop the boundary. 3 balls, 2 boundaries for Manav Nayak. And that's the thing with Manav, he's able to hit boundaries now all over the field. We've seen him be very good on the leg side. Probably right in the top corner of the zone. Probably not a wide for height and probably not a wide for width. So it's actually very good bowling. Full toss this time. He will go leg side, and that'll beat the field as well. He's placed the ball well, Manav Nayak. A 3rd boundary, and Sawyer just getting it slightly wrong last ball and paying the price. End of the 5th over, and Sloggers are 60 without loss. Mike Seal saying, looks like Nayak can bat. Yeah, well, I mean, he's always... His bowling, I suppose, for his age has always been ahead of his batting. He doesn't really have the size, or he hasn't had the size to really... kind of play that power game, even though he's always been able to hold his own technically. But I think in the T10 game, you often would see him batting right down the bottom. But I think he's growing, he's working hard, and he's going to the gym. And, yeah, he's been given that number 3 spot for Sloggers in what is a pretty strong batting lineup, you have to say. And that's the other thing. He's been to Croatia and played there. He's been to Hungary, played there at the club level, where he has had these more, I suppose, the higher responsibility roles. Lifted up by Henschel. It's just going to kind of york the fielder. And it's going to go for 4. So nothing really going right at the moment. Ferrari getting a second over here. Oh, that looks out. That does look out as Henschel is going to run past one from Ferrari. So is there still time for this game to change? Henschel's going to go for 42. Remember, Ratnaka's already retired hurt. I wonder if they'll think about bringing him back. Of course, he can come back at the fall of a wicket, but no, I think they're going to go to big Will Vaus. But again, kind of excellent bowling. Just put a bit more width on that. Made him play it outside his eye line. And yeah, no real doubt about the stumping. Well finished by Harry Pyle. So Ferrari gets a go at Vaus. And Vaus absolutely hammers that one. What a shot. Maximo. That's getting your eye in ECN style. Oh, what do you think of that? Violent start for Will. Nothing too wrong with the ball. I guess it was straight, maybe in towards middle and leg, but that one might take some finding. Just needs a bit of adjustment. Almost must have blew his helmet off with the power of that shot. I will say it, and it's always the case here. It's been played in very good spirits today. Oh, it's a good comeback. Oh, remember, the line belongs to the bowler. I mean, we'll never really know because we don't get a very good look straight on, just where this camera is for this particular venue at the moment due to factors outside our control. Again, does pretty well to keep it outside the off stump, but this one will find the gap and it will go to the boundary. So 79 now. Sloggers needing 29 in 25 balls. In fact, they might have already scored that. So 33 off 26, actually. Ferrari's bowled quite well here. Doesn't have a lot to show for it. This one's a full toss, and even the small mistakes get punished. With players of this quality, Will goes Maximo into the sixth over. And it's 27 off 24 required for Sloggers. It is 81 for 1. Powerful strike. Does look like Sloggers will be back on the winning train for Pirates. Obviously makes it even tougher for them, but door not completely shut for them tomorrow. Yeah, Mike Seal kind of summing it up for Will Vaus there. See ball, hit ball. Just might have to add loose ball. Okay, last roll of the dice with Brent Kay coming back. He bowled with fire early. Bowled the second over and he went for 7 and really hurried up Ratnaka. He's a good player. Yeah, outside chance of the bonus point. Trips mentioned it there, but I mean, you need 27 off this over. You just can't see that happening with Kay with the ball in his hand. Johnny Heason just reminding everyone, if you enjoyed your day of cricket, please hit the like button. Of course, there's 2 videos to like today because we had the matches 1 to 5 stream and then matches 6 and 7. Big thanks to all our crew and everyone who's made today possible. Never quite had a day like it. Wow, that's a little uppercut from Nyack. Well, that's a good start to this 7th over. Probably need to see some 6s, though, if they're going to get to this target this over. It's an annoying chase. Oh, but a successful chase. Well done. Bounces straight over the stumps. Okay, bowled a good one that pinned Ratnaker earlier. Oh, interesting. This one's also dug in. But in the end, it'll be it's kind of like, not a back samo, but like a back goal. Hit the back of a goal. Does that still count as a goal? It will be 4 runs. So I do think that means that the Pirates should be guaranteed their point. They basically need 19 off 3 if they're going to take all 4 points. I don't think that's going to happen unless there's some sort of extras. Good shot from Nyack. Gets that pitched up delivery and somehow misses all the goals, but it's a very good shot from Manaf. Mentioned he is good technically. This game's on borrowed time now. You feel 15 to win. Straight over the stumps again. Manaf is annoyed he doesn't catch up with that. Just need to get any bat on that and likely would have run away from the fielder. Backs away and Kay fights back. I feel like Kay will have a big day tomorrow. He's too good not to, but I think they have to use him correctly. I think they've used him well with the ball, but I think with the bat, they've batted him out of position. And the other question is, even if the Pirates turn it around, will it be enough to lift them into that final? They'll have to have a very, very good day. We'll say that they have a slight disadvantage in they've already played 4 of their 6 games. So some of the other teams, in fact, gaming and rugby, they will actually play 3 times tomorrow. Whereas the teams you're watching right now, Sloggers and Pirates, will just play twice. You can see there the final will be played tomorrow night at 7:45 Central European time. That's 5:45 p.m. in GMT. And it's 11:15 in India. Okay. Sawyer, we'll see if he can get through his over. Oh, great bowling from Sawyer. And he gets Will Vouse with a brilliant in-swinger. We've had so many highlights today. This ball really talks under lights. Could it be the start of a miracle comeback for the Pirates trying to steal the treasure? But this is a brilliant bit of swing bowling. Maybe we can see it from the main camera. You'll see it actually swings in the air. The length was there, gave it an opportunity to swing. But a wonderful piece of bowling from Alex Sawyer. I've been impressed with him today. Vouse goes down swinging. He wouldn't want it any other way. And it's 93 for 2. And so Ravi Thakare, he gets an opportunity here. Good bowling from Alex Sawyer. Thakare gets an opportunity. Still 15 to win. Swing and a miss. And I wonder, I mean, it's early in the over. Can you build some pressure at the other end? Maybe with a bunch of swings and misses from the new batter, Takare, batting a fair bit higher than we normally would see him. And I think that's to do with the game situation. He's in the side. They want him to get involved. And again, I applaud the way all these four teams have approached this European cricket series. Another swing and a miss. I mean, I wouldn't bother trying to stump him at this stage. Can you get it down? If they don't score again, let's say it's a maiden. Best case scenario for Pirates. Then they need 15 off 12. But Nayak will be on strike. But can they ever get that runs versus balls back in their favour? It's back to a runner ball. 2 strikes on Takare. This is hit back straight and almost hits the stumps. It'll only be a single. Takare off the mark in ECN cricket. Nayak here. I will say it's quite important he doesn't get out. Although I will say they've got other, I would call recognised batters to come, like Bakari, like Andrew James, like Egan Dantas even. Do we have a twist and maybe a thrilling finale yet? 14 to win. Manav Nayak. I mean, players of the day, hard to say, but it would be hard to go past Manav. Who's your player of the day? Let us know in the chat. Obviously, we've seen some explosive things. I mean, Henschel's been great. Nayaka. Ian Lattine's been very important. But I think Nayak, for his all-round contribution, I think with his spin bowling, and he just hasn't had a bad game, has he? Manav Nayak. Probably the only mistake he's made today is when he fumbled a catch over the boundary. He'll be annoyed with that because he's a very, very good fielder. (13 off 13 now. Sawyer, last ball of his night. Oh, nicked onto the foot. They won't look to run. I think Manav wanted the strike and he'll get it. So they do push it back above a runner ball. And we'll go to the 9th. Brilliant over from Sawyer. Only concedes 2 runs. Picks up a wicket as well. Bat of the dangerous Will Vass. And the score, 95 for 2 after 8. You just feel with Manav there that there's no way they're going to lose. But we've seen games turn very quickly. We've certainly seen chases botched from this position. Hello to Kroom, who's lurking. Does anyone have a mini tingle? Wow, Richie C's coming on. Be a good time for him to take the 5-wicket haul that he needs. We have seen 5 wickets in an over once. If he could do that, he would get the 7 in the day. But Richie's had a pretty good day, I will say, with the ball anyway. Even with just the 2 wickets, he's been a bit unlucky not to have more. Nayak on strike. And he'll hit this one kind of into the gap. Sets a bit of a task, but they're up to the task. Okay, now I think you've got to gamble. You've got to try and keep Takare on strike. Don't give him an easy single. I think your only way back into this game in a serious way is to try and dot him up 2 or 3 times. Richie's got to get it right. But we get it outside off. Goes straight. Clever batting from Takare. Just wants to get bat on ball, get to the other end. That's a fine job from Ravi there. Got to play the team game sometimes. Didn't go for glory. Manav might, though. He wants that leg side, doesn't he, against Richie. He's happy just to push it, and they're hanging in the game, aren't they, at the moment? We'll get a single. So 10 off 9. Every ball that this boundary doesn't come, the tensometer goes up a step, doesn't it? Up a couple of notches. Well done to Kevin. 295 in 35 overs is some chase. Well done to his club, Upminster. You're definitely ECN worthy, Kevin. Hopefully I see you this week, by the way. Okay, Takare. Again, he's happy just to get bat on ball here. It's probably smart at this stage. We'll get 1. Interesting now to see if Manav wants to try something, or is he happy just knocking a runner ball and taking the game deep with a minimum of risk, or does he gamble a little bit? Richie Cunningham, very good. Keeping this game alive. It's got a very faint pulse. They could have easily been blown away here, Pirates, but they haven't been. That's all to do with Sawyer in that last over. And then Richie following up. You just feel one boundary breaks the chase. He goes for it, does Manav, and he gets the journey. Well, he picked the ball. He got the length, and it's excellent footwork that gets him in a position to put it out of the ground. Maximo. It's a Manav mole. And it brings up the 100 as well. And just 3 to win now. And Manav, he's a smart cricketer, probably just happy to take the 1 here and control the game. Excellent footwork. Held his shape pretty well, opened himself up slightly. Wasn't really a bad ball, but it was excellent footwork and excellent execution from the young rising star. Can they take it to a 10th here? Then anything can happen. 3 to win. He wants 1. Well, should be run out here. Oh, I think that's out. It is out. Well, Manav, he wanted the 1. He took on Richie, and what a quick piece of work from Richie. See, you don't see him winning too many races, even with such a small population here in Gibraltar. But he summed it up. He kind of stole an extra 2 or 3 metres, and he flicks it onto the stumps. And Manav is quick, but he's not that quick. And Richie will probably give him a little wink and say, oh, remember that time I beat you in a 2-horse race. It's not always the fittest horse that wins. And a brilliant piece of work makes it 105 for 3. We'll go to the last. New batter will come out. But here's the thing. They still have quite a few good batters. They could send out any one of them at this stage. Richie doesn't get a wicket that goes against his figures, but I will count it as a wicket. Call that 3 in the day, Richie. And it's still tomorrow. Let's see if you can get to your 7. All right. So Bakari comes out. This is where you might as well bring the field up. Bakari's a very good bat. I mean, he's a guy who has hit some big scores on the network. They are going to Ryan Grimes, of all people. Just 3 to win. So, again, Sloggers showing they're not an unbeatable force. They lost their last game against Rugby. This one's going very deep. You've got to give credit to the Pirates. They've dug very, very deep to even get to a 10th over. I think, you've got to try and get dots somehow. Obviously, wickets would be the best case. Grimes needs a miracle. 2 runs in the 10th will tie the game. 3 runs will win the game for Sloggers. 1 or less. Well, the Pirates somehow have stolen it. Here we go. 3 to win. Miss. Well, every ball that goes past, there's a bit more tension. It's a long day. Could it go even longer? Could we go to a golden ball? After 14 hours of cricket, can we make a long day even longer? What's that movie, The Longest Yard? Well, this is the longest day. Bakari swings and misses. Good start from Grimes. I mean, he's got no margin for error here. Oh, little edge, runs away, got to get down. It won't get down. He doesn't know where it is, and it'll roll into the rope. It's game over. And Sloggers will get the win with 4 balls to spare. And, well done to Sloggers. They'll finish the day 3-1. For Pirates, well, you feel like they deserve more points than they got out the day. But still, tomorrow's another day, as they say in the classics. But, a bit of an unlikely thriller to finish the day. But it does finish with Sloggers getting the win by 7 wickets. I suppose some concern for Akila Ratnayaka, who looked like he went down with a touch of cramp. But, in the end, a highly entertaining game. And if you enjoyed that, then why wouldn't you? Hopefully more close finishes coming tomorrow as Sloggers walk off the field. A quick look at tomorrow now. I suppose the only good thing for Pirates and Sloggers, they can sleep in a little bit tomorrow. So Sloggers play matches 9 and 10. Pirates play matches 11 and 12. It's gaming and rugby that we have the long day tomorrow. You can join us 6:45 a.m. GMT, which is 8:45 in Central Europe, and 12:15 in India. And I will say, if you're not going to stay for me to wrap up the day, I understand. But thank you for joining us and for being a part of a bit of ECN history. First time we've had 7 matches in a day. Let's go back and look at the highlights. And well, with Henschel there, it looked like a bit of a when, not an if, didn't it? And like always, and especially here in Gibraltar, wickets of these key players can change the game, and that was kind of what happened towards the end. You can see Henschel got bowled a free hit. That didn't really matter. But this was a big moment, wasn't it? Ferrari, quite clever bowling. Put it outside the off stump. A little bit of a way drift maybe, but just kind of tempted Henschel maybe into some overconfidence and playing away from his body. I mean, Will Vass was very impressive, wasn't he, here on day one? And we saw this game go longer than I think anyone was expecting, but we go right down to the last game of the day. That was a good piece of bowling, wasn't it? As Sawyer was able to get that Yorker in to bowl Vass. And then Richie bowled a really good over following up from Sawyer. Then this one. And it was a very good piece of umpiring as well. So Manav was run out. We went to the last. We went to the 10th over. But ultimately, it was all over with 4 balls in hand. And it would be a win for Sloggers. Their third of the day means they finish 3-1. Pirates will finish the day at 1-3 and finding it pretty tough, I think, to break in. Although, like I said, not impossible. But if I have a quick look at the table, just you finish the day with Sloggers on 12 points, Rugby CC on 10, but with a game in hand, Pirates on 5. So it means that, effectively Pirates are 7 points behind if you account for the game in hand of Rugby. So, look, with only 8 points on offer tomorrow, I'd say that it'd be tough, although not impossible for the Pirates to do that. But they would probably have to rely on Gaming CC helping them out with an upset win along the way. 42 for Henschel in there, 33 for Manav Nayak, and 16 for Vass. With the ball, Kieran Ferrari with the wicket. I was really impressed with Alex Sawyer, though. I thought he was the pick of the bowlers, 1 for 14 off his 2 overs, brought them right back. Kay also, I liked him with the ball. I think I would like to see him at least tried up the order tomorrow, considering each of these teams only have the 2 matches to play tomorrow. So, yeah, player of the match was Dylan Henschel. My player of the day, probably Manav Nayak, but, I mean, you be the judge. I mean, we had Ian Latine, who was pretty important for Rugby, for Pirates. Obviously, they had a few players step up at different times, but this is a look at what we've got tomorrow. So, we have the 6 games. We start at 8:45 local, which is 12:15 in India. And that's the same time we were meant to start today. You can see the final tomorrow night is 5:45 p.m. GMT, which is 7:45 in Central Europe, and 11:15 p.m. in India. Hey, thanks for sticking around. I know we've got so many people in there to Rash, who I know is back at the hotel by now. Hopefully you are, Rash. Hope you enjoyed your first day in the ECN universe. Loved having Rash next to me. And yeah, shout out also to Louis Bruce, who jumped on for an innings earlier in the day as well. Big thanks before we go to Ash at Save Derek. Hello to Trip as well in the US, to Mike Steele. Great to have you with us. And yeah, of course, Mike saying that Gibraltar is where he first watched ECN. Also to Kroom and to everyone else in the chat. Thanks so much for your company. To the Blue Crew here, to all the locals, to the umpires especially as well, and our magnificent crew from 2 Circles. I mean, that's a huge shift that they've put in, and special shout out to them for bringing us an incredibly long but incredibly satisfying day of cricket. So on behalf of everyone here at the European Cricket Network on the ground in Gibraltar, I've really enjoyed my Super Saturday. Again, ECN is amazing that we're always pushing barriers, always, kind of testing the limit. So 7 full games is something quite amazing. Well done to all the players finally. I think that they were brilliant, especially the players from Sloggers and Pirates that had to put in the longest day. And look, if these 2 do meet in the final tomorrow, at least they will have a slightly shorter day because they get a bit of a sleep in tomorrow. But from everyone here on the ground, hope you have a wonderful night. See you here in approximately Geez, what would that be? Approximately 10 hours from now when we'll have the first ball of day 2. Stay happy, stay safe, and we'll see you tomorrow for more cricket right here in Gibraltar. Mr. Maximo, Vinny Sandhu, on behalf of Rash and all the crew here on the ground. Hope you have a great night. We'll see you tomorrow for more European Cricket Series. Hasta mañana.
My body back and forth. Move my body back and forth. Move my body.